What's up, guys? This is Zach with CNA Games, or locally at Cardinal Gaming and Repair, and we are here for day 2 of our Nintendo handheld video game console repair marathon live stream. Yesterday was the first live stream. Got through 3.5 Nintendo Switches, and we'll be coming back to the Switch that we ended off on yesterday's repair stream. I made a mistake and used non-working parts to test a problem, and realized the error in my ways this morning. So I figured we would go ahead and start this live stream by showing the mistake that I made and hopefully testing that switch to be a good working switch that we can go ahead and reassemble and make ready for sale. So with that being said, we can go ahead and get started. I guess before, just to remind everybody, the purpose of this video, or this series, is we're going to be going through the entirety of all of these handheld Nintendo game consoles. We have just about every system across the entire spectrum of Nintendo handhelds, with some small exceptions like Game Boy Micro and Game Boy Light, things like that. New 2DS or new 3DS. We have new 2DS XLs, but we don't have like the smaller new 3DS. So, but we have just about everything outside of that. So, if you know a specific Nintendo handheld that you want to see fixed, let me know in the comments, and whichever gets the most comments, I will pick for the next live stream. This will probably be the last live stream that we do for this week. Next week, today's Sunday, we're moving into next week. We're going to be setting up for PopCon downtown Louisville. So if you guys are in Louisville or close to Louisville, come check us out at PopCon downtown Louisville. PopCon's a great convention. We usually have a lot of fun there. So if you're going to be in the area, or if you live here, or you can find your way here one way or the other, come check out the event. Come check us out, our stores as well, since you're here. So now let's go ahead and get started. So from where we were yesterday, this is Nintendo Switch. We did like 50 different things to troubleshoot a non-working Joy-Con. In this case, it was the right Joy-Con that was not functioning, and I was using this Joy-Con to test it. It's not gonna. Oh, I reset the Joy-Con and now it's connecting, but initially it wasn't connecting, and I wasn't sure why. I looked inside the rail and noticed there was some corrosion on the pins inside the rail right here. You can't really see it in the camera, but there's, I think, like 10 pins that connect to the rail on the Switch, and that's how the connection's made. In this case, we have right Joy-Con working, which was the one that we were having the problem with yesterday. So at this point, that was the only thing that we were able to test non-working in the system, and now that we have it working, we can go ahead and reassemble this system. And one good thing about it, which I think might actually not be worth testing, because just the motherboard model number down here, it says HAC CPU 21. I was hoping that we might net a unpatched switch out of this, but I don't think that that's going to be the case here, so we'll still test it just to be sure. I don't remember if the motherboard revisions actually tell that story or not, but CPU 21 is kind of, I think that I've only seen those in later revisions. So we have all the other aspects of this system tested. I could say, we'll go ahead and reassemble it. Start up here, because if we get this one screwed down, we can put on the cartridge slot board. Though we should go ahead and pop off power. Now we can do a quick reassembly. So the goal today is going to be to get through all of the remaining switches that I have. The switches that we staged for testing today or in the next live stream have all received a full charge, so they should all be at full battery, which means we should be able to quickly identify whatever problems they have and fix them. If the problem is just something as simple as like parental controls, I'm not gonna waste your guys' time doing that, and I'll just set them to the side to be done off stream. But if it is anything that requires repair in any capacity otherwise, we'll go ahead and knock them out. Fortunately, there's been a lot of easy stuff so far. Of the 3 yesterday that I did, 2 of them were only rail replacements. And this one would have probably been only a rail replacement if I wasn't a dummy. But, you know, sometimes you have to learn lessons the hard way. Alright, so we have speaker and our Joy-Con Flex to plug in. Then we need to clean up old thermal paste, apply some new thermal paste. We have a couple more screws to get down. Got a nice messy setup over here, and it tends to stay that way. I'm really looking forward to, I got a large order coming in from AliExpress for replacement parts across just about every Game Boy system, Game Boy, original Game Boy through Game Boy Advance SP. So that we will inevitably end up spending some good time in that realm, and I think that realm is going to be the most fun, but I also think that that's probably going to be one of the more engaging categories to work on. People like seeing retro stuff fixed a lot more than new stuff from what I've seen, so hopefully that will be the case here as well. Then also my goal will be to chop that stuff up and turn it into some good short form content. This time I'm actually recording. You know, do I? Yeah, I'll leave it off. I usually don't worry about clearing out these holes just because you don't really need to. But we're gonna clean off the old heatsink. I wonder if I should zoom in. Maybe zooming in would be nice. Let's see, do we want to zoom in? Make it nice and, oh, okay. There we go. Nice and straight. Get our, and I should pull this out some more because I typically don't work this far into the work area. I typically work closer to the edge, but this is kind of center aligned. I'm using the Gamer's Nexus, I don't know what you call this, repair mat. When we first got it, I meant to do a review on it because there's some things that I like about it, and then there's some things that I don't like about it. But as with most things that I think about doing, they never end up coming to fruition. So, thermal paste. Now we're a little closer in on this. You'll be able to see the action a little more directly. And I'll just have to get comfortable with working this far away from the edge of the desk. Yeah. Oh man, seeing this up close definitely makes it look a lot nicer. Outside of all the handheld stuff that we have, well, not even just limiting it to Nintendo handheld, we do have a huge backstock of game consoles across just about every console generation, across all console manufacturers, that are going to need the same kind of attention one way or the other. So maybe in the future we'll do some other marathons. Crank out all of our Nintendo home consoles and our Sony home consoles, things like that. I think that will probably the best form of motivation for me to actually focus on doing one thing at a time. At least this, with over 300 systems, we're gonna have the means to stay busy for a long time, and I'm hoping that at least maybe like 20% of all the this is a version 1, all the consoles that we have to look at will end up having simple to fix issues. We're running low on salvageable backs. I like to avoid using new when possible, but that might be something we have to get into. All right, no power rails, no longer applicable. We're gonna heat this up just enough to make it easy to pull off. That should help. All right, now just do a final outer shell reassembly. And then we will reset it. Well, actually, I'll test for it being unpatched before we reset it. But then we will reset it, we'll schedule it for reset, and then send it for cleaning and final processing. It will, I'm actually excited because I've had this ridiculous backstock of switches, and even before I started this live stream, the marathon, I started working on cranking out as many switch systems as I could, and I've got a good surplus of them already. And I'm looking forward to not having any more on my desk. Without getting into like trying to Frankenstein with leftover parts, because that would probably triple my workload. We're gonna avoid that for now. Stick to otherwise whole systems that just need to be fixed in some capacity. All right. My reflection. We've already tested dock output. We've tested every other aspect of this working, and now that we got the rail working, we're good to go. So what we're going to do here, we're going to, let's say, yeah, we'll just go ahead and shut it off. I've got my switch, little RCM jig. Gonna plug it up to my computer. I wonder, is it over here? Let's see. Hopefully it's over here. Okay, it is over here. So we have our Tegra RCM GUI. Gonna put this in RCM mode. Plug it up. RCM detected. Inject payload. Black screen. It is a patched unit, so boo. A lot less exciting. Still decent looking, but not as not worth as much as an unpatched equivalent. Oh, now at least we know that this system works. Otherwise, do we have it updated? Oh, it's on an pretty old version, 14. One of the ones that I was working on recently was firmware 7.0 something, and that's old now. We're on 18 now. Well, we're not gonna sit around and wait for this. We're gonna move directly into our next system. This is a parental controls and left rail. Now, fully charged. Cartridge slot reader works. SD card slot works. We're gonna, let's see, test our rails. That one's good. Left Joy-Con rail not working. Okay. Make sure. I think that one might have been an old. Oh. Okay. Well, still, it connected briefly, disconnected. We're going to say, more than likely, a bad rail. So we've got parental controls that need to be done on it. Of course, we've tested touch. We've seen a game cartridge pop up. SD card slot seems to be working. So the only thing we really need to focus on is going to be getting that left rail replaced. We could do it powered on, but I'm just going to go ahead and power it off. Let's zoom in a little bit. I think this will be better. These Joy-Con rails are making this a lot easier on me. Rails are among the easiest things to do on these systems, so I'm definitely not going to complain. This makes for a relatively straightforward path to sellable systems. It is unfortunate that all of these so far have either been version 2 or patched units. It's definitely less exciting. All right, now we have our tri-wing. We have, outside of this one, we have 5 more systems that have all been fully charged, ready for, did I forget? No, I did not. Fully charged and ready for full testing. Try to figure out what issues they have, one way or the other. When they're not clearly identified. Some of these were batch tested a while back, and then I just never got around to them. So it does at least help in the sense that it lets me focus on what's on the sticker first, but we still inevitably have to go through and test all the other functions working still, so it doesn't drastically change the setup. All right. Inside looks good. We're taking off this guy. It is at least satisfying that a system that I was going to designate as a part system has ended up being completely fixable and able to be put out for sale. Here we're looking for, I don't see any obvious signs of corrosion on this, but if it doesn't connect, it doesn't connect. We're not going to fight it. I'm getting low supply of my good backs, and a lot of these backs that I'm taking off have the common problem where the screw posts pop off. They're pretty fragile. The OLED switch went a long way in making a more resilient setup than the original switch by a good portion. I don't like screwing into plastic under any circumstance. And with the OLED switch, you're not really doing any of that. Most of what you're doing is screwing into metal. New rails. If all of these were rails, well, it wouldn't make for exciting content, but it would at least make for some very easy work. All right, we've got our new rail in. It's mostly attached. We're going to power it back on, and we're going to see if our problem is still a problem. I like to give them a good wiggle. And it looks like it's staying connected. So we've tested game slot, we've tested charging, we've tested both rails connecting. Next thing is going to be testing dock output. I'm going to do that real quick. Dock output is good. So now it's just update, clear parental controls, and reset. So system, well, it's got to be connected to the internet first. I'm going to do that off screen. The internet connection is good. While that's running, we're going to finish reassembly on this. Since I know it's a V2, I don't need to do any further testing. All of our stuff is reassembled in here. So we're just going to do a quick reassembly. And this makes for a good start to our output today. I plan on streaming for hopefully 4 hours. We're a half hour in. Hopefully we're able to get through at least the 5 systems that we have here, so that we can focus on the ones that have bigger problems, like no power. No power tends to be a more fun repair to do, more entertaining at least, than just replacing rails over and over. We get to whip out the soldering iron and hot air rework station, do some work on the microscope, which I swapped over my microscope back to the old part. This is what I'm talking about here. We have right here and right here. This is supposed to look like this, and it doesn't, so it's trash. I am down to Animal Crossing version 2s. So this is now an Animal Crossing version 2. Probably didn't pay that for it. That's a sticker from one of our local pawn shops. I like to go deal hunting and buy their broken stuff, things like that. One thing I'm really not looking forward to, honestly, and it's what we have the most of, is DS Lite systems. We have 67 of them, and I'm not enthusiastic about working in them. They're not as bad as 3DS systems when it comes to getting into the top assembly, but there's no way around them being a pain in the butt for the value, because they're worth less than 100. They make some Game Boy macros. That's a joke. I actually don't like Game Boy macros. I probably would never do that. I mean, maybe I would if I ran out of top assemblies to fix. Uh-oh. Okay, it's still got some hold in it. All right, all of our screws are back in. We've got this updated. Well, we can't do anything else until we do we clear out parental controls. Really don't want it going through and updating all this software, so we're just going to turn it off. That's probably the better thing to do here. We'll leave it as a parental control system. I'm going to print a label for that. But we're up to 2 systems fixed already. Well, 1.5, because I really just reassembled the one from yesterday. PC for parental controls. Alright. Otherwise, this system has been fully tested. We're able to move into the next one. I'm going to trust that. I'm going to trust that. Saying tested needs parental controls removed, honestly, is enough for me. So we're going to stage that. No sound. All right. Let's verify the issue. Turn the volume all the way up. Volume is all the way up. No audio when connecting the Joy-Con. So we are going to assume that it is indeed without sound. And we're going to jump right in. Even though it's less exciting, hey Drew, even though it's less exciting to have systems that don't need any amount of fixing, it is nice in the sense that it's taking something that we did not have available for sale and making it available for sale. Turning dead product into good sellable product. Okay, we got all those. Now we just need our tri-wings. And every time I see your name now, Drew, it says Drew P. There's a guy that comes to our store named Droopy. Initially I thought there might have been a chance that you were him, but I don't think that's the case. So for this one, we are going to take the path of least resistance. And just replace the speakers on this to see if that solves the problem. That tends to solve the problem. How the speakers end up bad is beyond me, but in my experience, it tends to just need new speakers and it'll be good to go. Speakers are plugged in. We're gonna, if I wanted to, which you know what, I think we will. I think I can operate in here with it still turned on. Yep. No indication of why they're not working, but we're just going to pull them out and see if we can replace them with ones that do work. Switch speakers right here. My bucket of switch speakers. Gonna grab 2. One of them fell on the floor. Try to, there we go. Have that sit under the little heatsink cover like it used to. This is enough to test now. Does it make the sound? It does. So we are, if it ends up being this easy, hot dog. That'll make for a very quick and very easy repair. Florida, huh? Well, I can tell you, compared to Florida, maybe I'm just looking at it with rose-colored glasses. Kentucky sure doesn't have a lot to be excited about. I like Florida. Of course, you know, I'm a generic vacationer. But I love the ocean. I am a sucker for the ocean. I know it's cheesy, but I tell my family that my long-term plan is to retire in Florida like everybody else does, and I'll do it with no shame. I'm a big fan of the ocean. Haven't been in California yet, or any other U.S. coastal. I mean, I've been like northeastern coast, but you know, that's just not the same. Maybe like other coastal areas in the country would probably, you know, be good to look at before just consigning myself to Florida. But I do enjoy Florida. No shame. All right, so this is gonna be a 2-for-1. Not only is it gonna be easily fixed by replacing the speakers, it's also gonna be unpatched. That's what we're shooting for. And since it's powered off, we're gonna be able to test that. And I have a hunch that because it is already reset, that during the testing process, either me or somebody else went through and tested all the other functions working, reset it. Sounds like you got a hell of a job then if you can work by the beach. If I could set up my my repair setup on the coast, have my feet in the sand, have the waves come in, I'd probably die from being electrocuted, but boy, that would be nice. I really like. I don't want it to be understated how much I genuinely enjoy the beach. I really enjoy it. Like I like you know, outdoors in a lot of different capacities. But you know, if someone's gonna be like, hey, do you want to go camping, or hey, do you want to go to the beach? 100% of the time I'm picking the beach. Of course, when you live in Kentucky, the barrier to that is overwhelmingly high. I wanted to go this year and we ended up not going, and I'm sad. Okay. I was getting a little excited wanting to plug this up and test for RCM output, but I'm going to be patient. I'm going to be patient, reassemble it entirely, and then look for RCM output afterwards. No, I say RCM output, and I mean the indications of an unpatched switch. Patch switches also go into RCM mode. You're just not able to push, what is it, unsigned code? I don't know what, you're not able to, in the case that I'm worried about, you're not able to boot Hecate. So like the last one that we tested, when we put it in RCM mode and attempted to push a payload, got a black screen. That is the indicator of it is a patched version 1. Again, my only intention with these is to separate out the ones that are, because people pay more for them. Alright, so we have the system turned off. I'm going to boot it in RCM mode. Before I do that, I should probably have the RCM jig put in. Alright, RCM jig. Black screen means it's probably in RCM mode. You know, pressing F1 F5, there we go. Alright, so we got the device in RCM mode and our little payload pusher. We see RCM OK. Boo. We're 2 for 2 on patched units. How disappointing. Well, we can't get them every time. Alright, got it unplugged. We're going to go back to overhead. Alright, well, you know, it's not the best case scenario, but we at least have a now sound functioning system. I'm very confident that the only issue with this was just sound, because usually when the system is reset and it has a sticker on it, that is all the other aspects have been tested and it just needs that one aspect fixed. We fixed that one aspect, so this is, we're able to call it. So I'm going to call it. I'm going to normally I would condition grade it here, but I'm not going to worry about doing that right now. I'm just going to, I know this is a patched unit. All the other ones are marked version 2. So there we go. Another one done. That's pretty good. This isn't exciting. It's another rail. And it says right rail. Okay. Trying to see right rail. This isn't painting a good picture for testing, because I can't replicate something that would tell me right rail is not functioning. Usually, some good wiggling, or moving it up and down in the rail will kind of force the issue. Yep. And we'll look inside right rail. Yeah, it also doesn't really look that bad. I gotta have some kind of indicator that makes it make sense to get in there. Multiple reconnections. Maybe it was identified wrong, it was left rail. Otherwise, this has already been set up with a new account, making me think, and these are games that we typically test with, so I'm sure all other aspects of this system have been tested. Again, I don't see an indication good enough to justify Are we charging? Yeah, we're also charging too. So, yeah, I can't see any reason why we would do anything to this, because it appears to be functioning correctly. So, yeah, we're gonna send this one, and it's also a version 1. So we're gonna see if we can net ourselves a unpatched unit out of this. Get our RCM jig, prompt boot into RCM mode. Whoops. Back over here, back over here. All right, plugging it back in. RCM mode detected. Injecto payload. Okay, we're 3 for 3 on not injecting payload. All right, am I that unlucky, or am I that unlucky? I really might be that unlucky. Just want to make sure that, oh, I know how I can verify this. I have unpatched units. I'm at least going to make sure that my USB connection, because I'm not using the same one that I usually use. Over here I have a stack of unpatched systems, and if this one can boot RCM mode, or boot Handhed in RCM mode, then I'll know for certain that we're gonna inject the payload. Okay, yep, we need a different method of testing RCM mode, because this one was verified unpatched and it's not booting. So that's telling me that we more than likely need a different cable. All right, I know what I'm gonna do, because I know what cable does work. I'm gonna lose audio for a second. Should have audio back. We're gonna use this cable that I know works. Put this back in RCM mode. This is the one that we have. Darn it. Get back in RCM mode. Putting this in RCM mode real quick. Powered off. RCM jig installed. Power plus and or volume plus and power. We should be in RCM mode. RCM detected. Okay, yep, this is definitely weird because this was marked as an unpatched unit and now it's not booting. Oh, I'm big dumb. I'm big dumb. Okay, well, if you look at the payload is not Handhed. We're going to move audio back over. So now that I realized the error in my ways, got our unpatched unit that we're gonna try to boot into RCM mode, and then we're gonna select Handhed, and you see right here, this is a successful Handhed boot telling me that this is an unpatched unit. All right, so this one was right. We need to retest our other ones. Now that we see that our setup for pushing a payload is actually good. We've got 2 units over here. This is okay, both of these. And then these 3 are all version 2. So got 3 units over here. We're gonna retest for, okay, so this one's still powered on. I'm gonna plug this one up. All right, got it booted into RCM mode. RCM is detected. Okay, so this one is still not booting. So that's enough to tell me this one's actually a patched unit. We're gonna check with our other one. So this is the one that we just fixed with no sound. It's got a sticker on it saying patched. Let's prove it otherwise. So it's in RCM mode, RCM OK, inject payload, and it is actually unpatched. So there we go. We at least did net. We did net a single unpatched unit out of this. That's good, I guess. I'm gonna print out a label. Again, I'm gonna condition grade it later, but for now, usually I put the grade and the variant on the same sticker, but we'll come back to that later. For now, +1 unpatched switch. No, this is the one we were just looking at. It was in RCM mode still. We're going to boot it back up. Now we can actually put it back in RCM mode and see if this one's an unpatched unit. All right, so we got our jig plugged in. Boot it in RCM mode. RCM detected. Inject payload. Boo. Hi, Miranda. We are here fixing switches today. All right, move back over to overhead. This is the one where we tried to see if we could replicate the right rail issues that it was saying it had. We could not replicate those issues, so, and then all the other aspects should have been tested. See here, that rail is just connected and it's staying connected, and we also know that it's charging, as you can see here. So there is no indication of rail needing to be replaced. So we'll go through the basic stuff real quick, even though all this stuff has already been tested. Cartridge slot working. Oh, we got some sticky stuff here. We'll go ahead and clean that up real quick. Might need some goo gone. Well, I'm going to leave that off. I'm going to leave this off, and we'll fix that during the condition process. Otherwise, all right, I heard the sound letting me know that it detected the SD card. Should have got connected to the internet first. And let this one update. We know that it's a patched unit. I'm going to print out a sticker saying patched, and we have another system fixed. Well, I say fixed. We didn't fix anything. We're not able to replicate the issue. Let that update. Move on to the next one. Parental covers, or parental controls, and cartridge slot cover damage. Okay, well, that's a back cover. So I guess we replace the back cover. It's a version 2, so don't need to look for it being unpatched or anything. All right, well, not exciting, but we are already, after this one, going to be down to our last easy repair, and then we'll be able to hop into the more complicated stuff. Which, of the more complicated stuff, I only have 5 systems, so this is going to put us pretty well ahead, or at least very close to having fixed all of the switches that we have. And then I can move on to a different console. Again, if you guys have a specific Nintendo handheld console you guys want to see fixed, let me know, and whichever gets the most comments will be the one that I do in our next live stream. All right. So this is going to be where I actually do a little bit of salvaging from another unit that I just thrown away. This is how we make the most. But I think I can fix this with a little bit of heat. This is a very strange way of solving this problem, but just want to roll over the plastic to reestablish the connection that was broken. And that should do it. So the cartridge slot that was the problem is now not the problem, and parental controls is an issue we will fix at a later time. We're not going to do that on camera. With the ones that have stickers on it that say what the problem is, they would have been tested for all of the functionality. So we won't need to worry about any of that stuff. We can just we can replace or clear the parental controls and send it on its way. If all of our repairs were this fast, I'll be done in a month. All right, we got 4 tri-wings. The parental control removal process is pretty much just going to Nintendo's website, giving them $1. They give you the master code, and then you're out. Okay. Another switch ready to go. Parental controls, left rail, version 2, beat up system. These systems, when once we fully test and reset them, they get condition graded, and then we put them out. We put them on our eBay page. No connection on left rail, based on their condition. So if people, want to save some money and get a tablet in what we would consider not retail sellable condition, you can go to our eBay page, and it will soon also be our website where you'll be able to go and get everything that's on our eBay the same way. So if you want to browse our website for this kind of stuff, it'll be on there soon. I won't say how soon because we got a lot of stuff going on, and until PopCon is over, we'll be juggling that. Everything else will be on the back burner. I would forget to unscrew the tablet. Oh, this also has, okay, yeah, it says it on there. I should have read. All right. Yay, back cover is salvageable. Needs cleaning for sure. So this is the last of our systems that didn't have no power issues. After this one, we will have gone through all of our easy to fix devices, ones that powered on still. And only having 5 that need repair otherwise is really good to me. This is big for me because this marks the end of a project that, ooh, we got some corrosion right here. We'll probably clean that up. A little bit of water damage indicator's bad. This was left rail, so left rail's this one. Liquid damage all over the place. Well, in this area. We're going to clean that up before we put this back together, just to make sure it doesn't become a bigger problem in the future. Darn it, has to be one screw still just barely screwed in. All right, old rail off. New rail. But before we put this new rail on, yep, definitely some corrosion. Break out the isopropyl. Do a little bit of cleaning right here. This is 99% isopropyl. It's all going to effectively evaporate and leave us with a dry surface to confidently reassemble. Leave this out of the way. All right, so we have the rail screwed back on. We're gonna tuck our rail and our flex into place. We can test. It's now paired. Looks like we got a solid connection. Make sure we did do the right one again. Looks like we did. All right. Just like that. Couldn't be easier. Well, I mean, it could be easier, but it was still really easy. And now we have, after reassembling this, all of our easy to fix switches taken care of out of the way. We're going to move into the more difficult, no power and no dock output, things like that. Stuff that requires more specific diagnostics and troubleshooting. We're in pretty good shape though. After this one, we are at, where's my other small one? Oh, I'm looking for the wrong thing entirely. Since starting yesterday, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 10 systems that are going to be sellable in some capacity. Assuming a floor of $100 on the low end per tablet, and that's $1,000. Keep this momentum going. We'll go ahead and test the easy stuff. Okay, that worked. I want to make sure on this one, it doesn't look like the normal testing was done on it, so I'm gonna, where's my remote? I'm gonna go ahead and do the, just get dock output just to make sure we're not missing anything. All right, we got dock output. Okay, so this guy is in good shape, just needs parental controls removed and it'll be good to go. So after reassembling this, we officially have our first 10 consoles fixed. Well, I wouldn't say fixed because some of these really, removing parental controls doesn't constitute fixing. I'm not going to make the barrier that easy for myself. But we fixed an amount of them. And even if it is just rails and speakers, that at least has them out of the way and gives them a path to find a home. All right. I do wish that there was some kind of like business setup for Nintendo where I could batch remove parental controls, but you know, here we are. Typically, we don't buy these with parental controls on them. Like the normal process for us is to have the customer remove parental controls before they sell it to us. Otherwise, we don't purchase it. But you know, if we get these through like pawn shops or other like buy them broken or something like that, it's gonna make it to where we can't test that stuff. So get it fixed and then see parental controls. Just another thing we got to take care of. All right. So I got 6 systems that are good to go and 4 waiting parental controls. Here we are. First, no power switch. I'm going to do an initial visual inspection. Looks like a rail was done before. I got it from Mobile Centrics. Yep, Mobile Centrics. I don't know if this was me that did that or what. It's got a cracked screen protector. We'll take care of that later. Let's verify no power. First, we'll, just in case it's in RCM mode or stuck on a black screen, we'll force power it off for 12 seconds. Plug in, prompt to boot. Nothing. One thing that would actually be good to have here, now that we're getting into testing no power devices, is going to be a amp meter. Now this is painting a good story. It's drawing 150 milliamps roughly on 15 volts. So there's probably a different issue that's not actually no power here. And we're going to find out what it is. With there being a rail replaced, I'm going to think that there's some prior tech work done in here. Who knows, it might have even been me. One nice thing about, one nice thing about hoarding is that you can come back to devices that you worked on a long time ago, maybe having learned something, and apply new techniques to old repair attempts. I've mostly gotten away from that just because it's typically pretty easy to find situations where it's not going to, where an issue's not going to be worth trying to figure out. This is broken. We're going to toss it. Missing this, missing screws all over. All right, now it's getting more interesting. This might have been, we got liquid damage. Oh, I say that and it's like it's all over here, so. This one just might be one we write off pretty quickly if the liquid damage is too substantial. Where at a certain point, all of these devices have some kind of, yeah, you got it all right here, you got it down here. This was worked on by me before. This white thermal paste is a sign of old days. I'm not even gonna get into this. This one's, I'm gonna leave the back cover off. See it as a liquid damage system. If the screen has a screen protector on it, so that might actually still be good. I can take everything else off and use the screen on a broken screen system down the road. But for now, we're not gonna mess with it. And we're just gonna set that as a no power or liquid damage. Great. Pick up the next one. And the first thing it says, liquid damage. We're going to do the same thing here. We're going to go as far as we need to see. And then for stuff like this, eventually, you can't see it on screen, but I have all of these screws organized and separated over to the left of me. And once we get done for the day, I'll go and whatever screws we have left over, I'll organize and have on hand. No power, liquid damage. I hate that. I hate liquid damage. I hate it. There's never a situation where I like it, because it usually just makes repairs more complicated, if not impossible. And then I have to tell a customer, like, hey, liquid damage, even if I fix it, no warranty. Sorry. Let's see how bad it is. Doesn't look bad from out here, and the screws are all intact. So, we'll throw that away. Let's see what it looks like when we get in here. Honestly, I don't mind chalking up an amount of these to being parts devices at best. Part of high volume repairs is learning or getting comfortable with calling it quits. Knowing when it makes sense to invest time into a system versus when it doesn't make sense. This has had work done on it before. I can see by the USB-C port. Let's see what our amp meter says. Usually gotta restart it. Okay, well, we're drawing 330 milliamps. No backlight. Prior repair attempt. Looks like BQ has been replaced before. If this wasn't prior repair attempt, I'd put some time into it. With it being prior repair attempt, we're gonna sideline this one. I'm not gonna say that this one's gonna be parts, but I am gonna say that we're gonna sideline it. Another to come back to. This one, however, will have likely some kind of reasonable path to repair. This one, parts, AC port damaged, no dock display. This was purchased from a pawn shop a while back, at least a year ago. Okay, well, AC port damaged, no dock display. I'm going to try to see it in the microscope. Yep. Top right corner, pin bent back. That tells us everything that we need. So we can go ahead and jump right in. There's a chance that this one could be unpatched at least. We're only an hour and a half in. That's pretty good. Back cover's bad on this one. On some of these, it is kind of unfortunate to fix them because just by looking at the condition, I can tell that it's not going to be a retail unit. Like this guy, probably condition it to a B grade unless it, you know, there's too many scratches on the screen. Trying to get the plastic from the back cover out. So that means that we don't make as much money when we go up to put these for sale, but it's better than not having anything. So here we'll get to have some fun because there's at the very least an obvious USB-C failure, and that is fun to do no matter how many times. Well, fun is probably not the correct term, but I'd say that's more entertaining to watch than replacing a rail. So let's jump right in. This is just going to be full disassembly, at least to get the motherboard out. And with this having liquid damage, we're actually just going to throw it away. Nice and clean on the inside here. That's good. No matter how many times I do it, I never like the disassembly reassembly part of repair. A necessary evil. It's a lot of dust in there. If I don't mess with it now, I'll forget, so I'm going to go ahead and clean that out. There we go. All right. You know, we gotta feel like we're gonna make some good progress today on these systems. I mean, we already have, but it's easy to say that when you get the easy stuff out of the way first. And who knows, we might even be lucky and get another unpatched switch out of this. All right. I got high hopes for this one because the way that pin was broken in makes it look like it's probably didn't make contact with other pins, which means we won't have to. Darn it, I gotta move this dumb This dumb mouse again. I'm gonna do it now before I get lazy. Lost power. There we go. Really need to just get a wireless mouse for microscope has some built-in options. It isn't bad to use, but what we're going to do now, this will be where some good content will come in. When I go into my short form video creation, it's going to be stuff like this. Here is our USB-C. All right. Looks good on both sides. Yeah, this the adapter that I got ended up not being as good as the one that I had before, because this just works. All right, so we have old USB-C. It needs to come off. Well, that's not good. No! The worst case scenario. Well, not necessarily the worst case scenario, but not a good scenario. We're gonna, oh gosh, how many is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go in closer, and I'm gonna explain to you guys what I'm upset about right now. Yep, we're calling it. It's just too many. So each one of these pins is supposed to have, oh, you can even just move that one out of the way. Yeah, that one's gone too. Yeah, this one's dead. So all of these traces would have to be rebuilt. It's every single one of them. Yep, every single one except ground. These aren't supposed to come off like that. That's not good. Oh, even ground. Yep. This is not good. Those pads are supposed to stay there. And all these little vias that exist right here, here. This one goes up here. Those are where the connection continues into the board and then goes somewhere else. So with this pad not being here anymore, each of these not being here anymore, There is nothing for the pins of the USB-C port to connect to. Now usually when it's a couple of these, you can rebuild those connections. And realistically there is a path to replace all of these connections, but this is one of those situations where it's just not it's not realistic to do from, we'll move over here. It's not realistic to do from a time perspective, trying to get the most value out of your time. So when I see stuff like this, first for a customer, you know, I'll hit them with unfortunate news that if they want to have their system fixed, it's going to cost a lot more than the standard repair price, because now we're moving from just a USB-C port replacement to substantial trace repair. So that usually makes it to where it's no longer cost effective for a customer to get this fixed, and then definitely in our case where, you know, I could spend the next hour running jumpers and making sure all the connections are established properly. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. So this is going to be now the funny thing about this is the system still does work undocked only, and only likely only charges in one direction. So, you know, it's not completely dead, but to us, that's dead enough. At that point, we're going to call that effectively dead. So, yep, this is a new addition to our parts devices, and we're just going to move on to the next one. That's all we can do. At least out of this, we get some parts we can use otherwise, but yeah, I'm not even going to make an attempt to try to do anything with that guy. But we will move on to the next one. We still have next ones. It's good in the sense that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's good in the sense that, you know, it takes one off the backlog. It's bad in the sense that, you know, we're getting parts out of it at best. It's unfortunate, but that's just how it goes sometimes. So our next device will not charge. Version 2. Some of these have issues where the system will lock up on a black screen, and it will make it look like it's not charging, but it actually is. It's just the system's frozen. This one, we're going to see if we can see what's happening. All right, we've got it didn't swap over to 15 volts, and no load plugged in one direction. Let's try the other direction. Same thing. Reset the connector just to be safe. Yep. All right, same setup regardless of how we connect it. This is definitely a no charge scenario. My pile of screws is amassing. Hopefully, when we get into this system, we don't find ourselves in another situation like the last one. We don't see them all the time, but we do see them. And when we see them, they're bad news no matter what way you look at it. Yeah, I haven't gotten so far into overlays or anything like that. I'm trying to avoid overlays because I want to be able to go back into this footage and try to make other stuff out of it. And overlays would sully that. But I can say that Well, I guess not documenting the bad ones isn't telling me how many we're getting through one way or the other. I like the idea of tracking successful repair, though. I'm going to be very excited when I don't. Man. I did this. And I reassembled it like a big dummy. Well, say hello to another part system. Gosh. Oh my gosh. All right. At least we're moving fast. No power. How disappointing. That was very fast getting to that point. This is a version 2, so I'm gonna try to force power it off, even though it's probably not gonna be the problem here. Well, at least now the back cover's off that one, so I can confidently know what we're dealing with. This one looks like it's had some liquid damage. This one is getting they're taking on some amount of load, 100 milliamps. 80, nothing on the screen. Only one direction. All right, well, this tells us a little bit. Hopefully, it's not telling us that there's liquid damage inside. Hopefully, we're not going to deal with our third back-to-back broken USB-C traces. That would be a very big feels bad. I don't know why I would have reassembled that system in the state that it's in. That really doesn't make sense. What's my favorite One Direction song? I don't know who One Direction is. Do you know who One Direction is, Chase?
I'm ashamed to say I do, yes.
So then it's good that I don't know who they are.
I mean, I would say like it's indifferent that you don't know who they are. You know, are you into are you a big boy band guy?
No.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I existed during the peak of Backstreet Boys and NSYNC and Hanson Brothers and all that. That's my frame of reference. Like when I think of boy bands, those are the only three that come to my mind. Okay. I'm sure I probably know one of their songs then. What's their like most popular song?
The only one I can think of is "You Don't Know You're Beautiful." I think that's the name of the song.
Well, we got some liquid damage. And that screw is stuck. Never the title doesn't come to my head at least.
That could not be the name. I just know that's repeated a lot throughout the song. So
Yeah. I think I'm just stripping it. Yep, probably just stripping it. Well, we'll lose a back cover for the sake of getting inside. Get this stupid heart out of the way. Oh, I know how I could fix this. I had to explain Vocaloids. You didn't know what Vocaloids were, Chase?
No, I did not know what Vocaloids were.
I mean, in all fairness, like, it's really just, at least to me, like, my only frame of reference for them is Hatsune Miku, but
Yeah, that's the only one I know. And Mason gave me my Vocaloid 101 class a few weeks ago. I had no clue what they were until he was labeling some Vocaloid figures. And I think I was asking who they were or something.
yeah. I will tell you what, I don't think I've ever actually listened to a song, but boy, that stuff sells well at conventions. It's definitely at least got that going for it.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard any Vocaloid songs. Do any viewers have any requests for Vocaloid songs?
No, Mason's talking to me about One Direction, and he said, don't ask you because you didn't even know what Vocaloids were. I'm not gonna worry about asking him, to be honest with you. I think I can live my life not knowing that. I had a realization recently in regards to music, though, that one of my favorite styles of music, like initially, like I've always considered myself, you know, relatively interested in rap and hip hop and all that, but I found out that I more specifically like Southern rap and hip hop, or just
I would say most Atlanta rappers are probably up there and not top 25 or so. I don't know, really East Coast rap too. Like I like New York rap.
so like when I think of New York rap, I think of Jay-Z.
Yeah.
I don't like Jay-Z.
Jay-Z, the ASAP Mob. I mean, Wu-Tang is from New York,
Yeah. Well, maybe I shouldn't reduce it because I do like some of them too, but my favorite style, arguably, Southern gangster rap. We could talk about that. I could actually have an opinion on that. May not seem like someone who does, but
Do you have like a favorite artist or group when it comes to Southern rap?
old stuff, 3-6 Mafia.
Some Andre 3000?
I like Outkast too, but I really like 3-6 Mafia. It's like I kind of, you kind of grew up, well, for my generation, especially living in the South, we grew up with it, whether we liked it or not. I mean, they stuck around even past our generation, and I mean, I think at least certain people in 3-6 Mafia are still relevant up to this day.
No, without a doubt. I mean, Project Hat and Juicy J are both doing their own things now. Killer Mike's a part of Run the Jewels, which is like a pretty big rap group right now.
Yeah, I like their. I don't like any of the new stuff really that I've heard from any of them, but definitely like the old stuff.
I like Juicy J though, I like his music.
All right, we got this guy pulled apart. We're gonna do some visual inspection first, see if anything obvious sticks out before we get into. Let's see if we can. Yeah, I feel like this microscope mount does a much better job of staying with me than the one that I tried before. which is unfortunate because I wanted it to work better than this one, and it works worse than this one. Oh well. All right. Visual inspection isn't showing me anything bad on one side. All right, now we're going to move into some good old-fashioned probing. Here is our M92 T36. We're going to measure shorts around this first. I really wanted there to be shorts around that chip because that makes this process a lot easier. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but I think that might tell me something. Yep, everything looks good. The only thing that's really standing out, and we'll replace M92 before we go into trying to fix anything else. I don't know. It looks like there might be some corrosion on USB-C. All right, we're going to do this the other way then. We're going to do USB-C first and see if it gets rid of that little noise that diode mode was making. See, what I'm trying to do, you can see in this image, is we have a black ring around the frame. I don't want that to be there. I just held in a sneeze. I hate doing that. Couldn't get to the mute button fast enough. All right. We're going to pull off USB-C. No, it smells like liquid heating up. Ugh, that smells terrible. Alright, see all of our pads there? Definitely some exposure to liquid. Hopefully that was where the problem was coming from. Let's see if we can replicate that diode mode noise. Hey, look at that, it's gone. All right, so I bet here we're dealing with just a USB-C. Good for us. Well, while it's still hot, we're gonna go ahead and Alright, that looks a lot better. Have a little bit of corrosion over here. Clean it up. Alright. Looking good. Flow in some leaded solder. I want this one to work off the rip so I can turn this into a short. Alright, we have some leaded solder flowed everywhere we need it. Do the same thing on the port. Ow. All right.
Hey, Zach, do you have a second?
What's up?
I've got a copy of Phantasy Star for the Mega Drive, or the Mega Drive. Sorry, my brain's not working. Short version. I've got a customer that really wants it. but it is waiting on manager pricing. I was wondering if you could give us a hand nailing down a price on it.
Give me 1 second.
Roger that.
All right. I'm on a break. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, there we go. I'm back. Okay. I think we got there. Let's pull this off the holder, reorient our microscope. Check for the wiggles. I think we should be good here. Okay, so we replaced USB-C. Let's drop it back in its frame and test for power. Get this out of the way. Okay, now we need to do as much as LCD. Really don't need to do LCD, but I like seeing the battery indicator as a manifestation of success. LCD backlight. This is what we're doing now, is the backlight. And then finally power. And now, was USB-C enough to give us power to this device? Nope, it was not. Let's see if it was one direction. Still not. We did plug in. So let's see if we're getting any kind of different output on our voltmeter, our amp meter. Okay, we are getting something. Let's see if it's the same way. Okay, an output only on one side. So that's telling me we still probably have M92 to look at. At the very least, after having gotten into USB-C, it's a good thing that we replaced it regardless, because there was definitely some signs of corrosion in it. And we're going to look at USB-C now, or we're going to look at M92 now. There's M92. That seems a little low. Alright, well, at least with the new USB-C, it's not making that weird noise anymore. And we'll test the filter. Well, maybe we should be looking at BQ. There's definitely some signs of corrosion around here. Sure do hate when it doesn't make it obvious for me. I would prefer for it to be obvious. Okay. I don't think that our port is a part of the equation anymore. So let's just go ahead and do M92. M92, then BQ, then give up. That's the order of operations here. Old chip off. I gotta clean up some of my mess a little bit. Some of that flux on there, and that'll clean it up. All right, that looks like it's connected properly. A little bit of cleanup. All right, let's try this again. M92, USB-C. Let's USB see where we're at. Huh? My Nintendo Switch nightmare is almost over. There's only 4 more over there, and I'm pretty sure one of them I'm not going to be able to fix regardless. It's funny because the systems that I enjoy fixing the least are the ones that I tend to end up fixing the most. Or I tend to end up have to work. I tend to end up working on them the most. All right, round 2, after replacing M92, reset this. Still nothing. Trying to feel if BQ is getting hot. It's really not. We're gonna try that though and see. I'm gonna look at this under the thermal camera. Is thermal camera plugged in? It is. Okay. Okay, well, yeah, BQ's not getting hot at all. That's telling me that, well, okay, it is getting hot. It's just out of frame, but it's not getting that hot. See, now I'm just throwing darts. I'm hovering around 45. I think that's, honestly, I think that's normal. But, what the hell? We've got nothing to lose at this point, and everything to gain. There we go. I'm going to try to 2-for-1 this. I feel like I've gotten At least decent. Okay. There's an art to pulling these off without blowing up the connector next to it. Keeping my heat running. Okay, I'm gonna have to turn this off. Burnt it a little bit, but not enough for it to matter. All right, BQ, M92, and USB-C is all that's worth doing before you just give up. So if this ain't it, then this ain't it. Maybe there's a reasonable path to repair after this, but it's not going to be something that I invest more time into. All right, let's see what happens. Always gotta reset it. Drawing 118 milliamps, but no backlight. Make sure we're not crazy, just plug in directly. Let's make sure that we're not stupid and we didn't disregard a aspect that we should test probably even earlier on. All right, still no output. Now, of course, this is something that we could continue to look into and try to figure out why it's happening. But the probability of not figuring it out, or the time that it takes to figure it out, ends up making it not necessarily cost effective. I'll microscope it one more time though. Next thing would be to look at PI3. We did test the initial filter, but we'll test all the filters. $363. Yeah. Again, something that we could look into further and try to figure out why it's happening, but is that a risk that I'm willing to take? No, not really. So this one will just be another sideline. We've gone through and replaced most of the commonly failed components in that deal with power, and we're not in a better situation than we were before. So this one, calling it quits on. Move on to the next system. Hopefully this is, well, it's no power. Obvious USB-C port failure though, so maybe it'll be straightforward for us. Version 2, I'm not even going to plug it in because I see obvious USB-C damage. Hopefully we can get something out of this. While it's not the best case scenario, I am perfectly fine with moving on when there's not a reasonable path to repair on these. And that M92 that we pulled is probably fine, along with the BQ that we pulled as well. So if we want to reuse them, it's probably of no consequence. I'm in size 0, and I want to go back down to 0, 0. This one's in really good shape though, so if we fix it, it's probably going to be a retail sellable system. We are 2.5 hours in. I think I got another 1.5 hours in me. I think I can do that. Yeah, this is pristine. There's no dust pretty much at all. Exciting. Hopefully this is just a straight HDMI or USB-C swap and then we're done. For a system this clean, it'd be really nice if that were the case, even though it's not a V1. It is a V2. Painless removal of the heatsink. Get through all these screws and connectors. It's going to be real funny if we pull this out and it's got blown out traces. I guess funny in this case is just another term for disappointing and sad, but hopefully that won't be the case. All right, down to bare board. Again, we're gonna do this under the microscope. First show you obvious USB-C failure. Hopefully it didn't cause any other damage. Okay, got a good setup now. We'll go ahead and pull it off. Yay, all of our pads are there. Big W. All right. All right. That looks good. We're gonna flow a little more leaded solder on these anchors just to make sure they stay in place. Nice chunky anchors. All right. Chunky anchors and a new port. We'll do the wiggle test while we're up here. I think this is good to go. Since it was a port failure, I am going to at least make sure that there's nothing going on with M92 before we reassemble. Sometimes a port failure can cause M92 to fail as well. Just like this. Fantastic example, but this is telling me it's not M92. It's telling me it's something else. Oh, well, this is also telling me M92. So we're gonna pull M92, and best case scenario, all of these shorts are relieved. Worst case scenario, one of them remains, and we'll have another IC to fix. So if my suspicion is correct, this IC will remain short and the other ones will be relieved by pulling this. If it is the problem that I believe it to be. Well, let's get this back where it needs to go. There we go. Alright. Now we're gonna test for short. Like I said, I expect 2 of them to be relieved. No longer short. Oh, well. Maybe it's this one that I'm thinking of. But the best case scenario, where all the shorts have been relieved by pulling M92, telling us that M92 was also a problem. I don't know why I'm setting this up. It's going to move around as soon as I hit it with heat. It's good enough for now. Got a big old solder ball down here I have to clean up. All right, new M92, new USB-C. I think we're gonna be in good shape with this one. I am expecting this to work. I have high expectations. We're going to do backlight first. Then LCD. And then power. Step 1 is going to be getting charge. Why? Why have I been forsaken? Oh, wait a minute. If I think what's happening is happening, I think I saw backlight pop up but no LCD. Yep. My LCD connector wasn't plugged in all the way. I have not been forsaken. Or maybe I have. Yeah, I'm seeing backlight flash. Y'all are seeing it too, right? Okay, so it's not directional, but it's flashing, which means we're getting power, but we're not getting LCD. So let's get back under the microscope, see if we can see why we're not getting LCD. This is LCD connector. So we are getting backlight, but we're not getting LCD. Why is that the case? Hopefully it's not because the LCD is bad. That would make for a pretty disappointing setup. Just making sure all these connections are actually good. They look like they are, but yep, the LCD connector looks good too. The good thing is, where we can roll out where did I learn how to repair consoles? Here. Mostly. And a lot of trial by error. And a lot of YouTube videos and a lot of Facebook group referencing and forum referencing before I was able to establish processes that helped me better troubleshoot and find problems myself, but still find myself in those situations, and I think most people who do repairs find themselves in that situation every once in a while. Alright, we're gonna, this is another V2 motherboard too, or main board, so if this works, this is gonna tell me, is our problem with the screen, or is our problem with the motherboard? Let's get this out of the way. A lot of trial and error. All right, LCD. Backlight. And power. So now, if the issue was with the LCD, we'll get battery. Let's see, because we do get battery here. I'm gonna, just for the sake of making sure that it's actually that screen, I'm going to swap it back over one more time. I just want to make sure for certain that the issue that we're dealing with is a bad screen. It's not out of the realm of impossible. It's not something I see very often, but that would be unfortunate because this is a clean system, a clean frame. Again, LCD. It's plugged in properly. Backlight was never a problem. It had backlight. And now we see if we have the same problem. No, okay, well, it's not there anymore. So maybe it was just the intermittent connection. Connection's been fixed. So now we have charging, which puts us a good step in the right direction. We do need to let it charge enough to be able to test stock output. That'll be what we test next. So what I'll probably do is let this charge until it charges enough to turn on. I'm also going to just screw down fan. I have a bad habit of reassembling a system before it's actually ready, because we still don't know if dock output works. You know, one day I'll learn from my mistakes. But we're only going as far as the fan this time. I'm gonna tack down the port so that when we go to dock, it stays in place. And now at least we are able to leave it on the charger long enough to let it properly charge up, and then we'll see what happens. So we're going to move into our next system for the time being. And would you guess it? It is another switch with no power. There's only 3 left, and this is one of the 3. I'm gonna actually move this over here, let this charge on my other cable. And then we're going to look at USB-C. I can actually show you guys to some extent. And it looks like there's some corrosion in there, so this might be liquid damage. Probably shouldn't even plug it up, but we will. Indeed, no power. Let's amass our pile of screws even further. Okay. Had to turn somebody down on a set of wheels that I'm selling on Facebook. I'm a guy who likes to get his money's worth. Hopefully by the time we're done fixing the issues on this, the other one will have charged. This is how we can stay busy and keep repairs moving. We'll juggle, leave some prior repairs charging long enough to test dock output while we fix new systems. I think one of the next one, yeah, both of these are broken, so back cover is bad. Gotta get these. All right. I did have a electric screwdriver. The battery started sucking on it. Maybe it did. We'll try again. I left it charging for a while. Oh, maybe not. Kind of, looking for an excuse to buy another one, a better one, because this one doesn't have a lot of torque. Maybe leaving it charging overnight did some good work to it. Liquid damage at the battery connector. Liquid damage around BQ. It's not too bad, but it's not anything to be excited about. we will test one thing just to make sure that it's not just the battery, especially since it has corrosion. We're going to plug in a known good battery, see if it powers on this way. Also not powering on with a known good battery. Expectable. Someone's been in here before. And they didn't put down fresh thermal paste, which tells me I probably gave up on it. Hell, it could have even been me. Liquid damage made it to the top, which means that we're probably going to flip this over and see liquid damage on the underside of the board, which is probably going to make this a no fix. Alright, got one more screw that I forgot about. Alright, let's see the bad news. Oh, it's actually surprisingly good. Okay, well, we do have liquid damage on the top, but the bottom, actually the bottom looks like it's been cleaned. And it looks like it's had liquid everywhere. You'll see like that in the reflection. Oh, we'll look at it under the microscope for a little bit. What's the harm? But I have low expectations with this. Fuse good. M92's measuring. BQ looks a little beat up. Where it gets really bad is around this max IC. If there's corrosion here, and it look like the glossiness of this board is just telling me liquid was all over the place. Yeah. The more I look around, the worse it becomes. It's like it's not bad anywhere, but it's so all over the place. Seeing indications of liquid damage pretty much everywhere. Yep, I'm not gonna do it. Nope. Not today. Not today. We will fight a different battle. We'll fight a different battle. Maybe in the worst case scenario, this nets us some usable screen assemblies on this one. I'm just not going to work on this one because it's a right rail and the rail assemblies are pulled off. Now, oh, I'm going to do it. Okay, the good thing about this is it's a version 2 switch. The motherboard is still good, so we can take the motherboard out of this and put it in one of the systems that we were not able to fix. So that gives us a path. That means we're where we were originally doing nothing, now we're at least doing something. So we're not just gonna, we're gonna take the motherboard and take the motherboard out of this. And honestly, like, a case could be made for the screen, but even the screen's not really in perfect shape, so I might not even keep this for parts after I pull the motherboard out, just because I wouldn't be able to make it retail ready or anything like that. We should, at the very least, well, that's a mini USB. We should at the very least make sure that it is powering on. That way we're not wasting our time. Okay, it is powering on. I'm gonna let this charge for a little bit while we disassemble it. I can do just about everything except pull off USB-C and the power, but I can disconnect everything else while it's charging. No, dumb me, forgot to unscrew a screw. All right. Well, didn't matter anyways. It's trash. We have one more switch to do after this. Maybe I'll fix that one, or at least look at it, and then we can call it at that point. That way I'm not starting anything else that I can't get too far into. But if anybody has an idea of a different console they want to see fixed next time we do a live stream, let me know. As long as it's a Nintendo handheld and as long as I have them behind me to work on, which is just about every... Oh, darn it. I unplugged the battery, so... Oh well, no more charging out of this one. But I'm sure it probably works. I'm sure it probably works, and then it's not going to work. Move all this stuff up. And what I'll probably do with the amount of motherboards that I have that don't look like anything's been done to them or have any liquid damage, I'll probably try to, I'll find a good frame assembly with a good screen and see if I can at least separate the good motherboards from the bad ones. That doesn't mean that I'll make them whole or anything, but it would at least give me some known good parts boards to offer customers as replacements when I can't fix their issue. And that's always good to have on hand. Put that down here so I know to keep them together. It's good to keep cartridge slot boards with their motherboard because they are paired to some extent. Not like one-to-one pairing, but different models only work with, or different revisions only work with certain motherboards. I don't know if that's the case on V2. Actually, I know that I'm pretty sure that's not the case with V2, but it is the case with V1. And I probably need to figure out what the indications are for that. That'd be a good thing to know. All right. We're not going to throw it away yet, but at best we're pulling parts off of it. Motherboard, speakers and rail, battery, stuff like that. All right, let's grab a version 2 motherboard over here, or frame assembly. Version 1, version 2, not the best shape. Version 1, not the best shape. Version 1, well, looks like our decision has been made for us. Yep. It's not a perfect setup, but at least it gives us something to drop this into that'll let us use it. And then after this, looks like our other guy's charged enough. We can throw him on the dock and test dock output, start working on the rest of the stuff. All right. Drop the screw. We will prompt a boot just to make sure that we didn't waste our time dropping it in here. and it does charge. All right, we've got just about all of our connections made. All right, all of our well, we still have power volume. Everything else is good though. Again, this is going to be another, we're going to let it charge long enough to be able to test other functionalities so that we don't have to get back into it. But the good thing about that is our other guy, well, this is the one that we fixed before. I'm going to go test dock output real quick. Dock output is good. So now we can start reconnecting and testing other aspects of this working. In order to do that, we're just gonna reassemble far enough to test everything. We're going to test touch, we're going to test rail connectivity, we're going to test cartridge slot, and then we'll final reassembly up to SD card slot. Well, can also test sound too. And internet connectivity. It's going to be all the stuff that we're looking to see working. Rail. And once this one's been fully reassembled and final tested, we'll have the other one ready to test all the other capacities. And then once we get that one assembled, we will have our final switch. Our starting number with switches was 20. Looks like we're gonna get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Either 12 or 13 repairs successful out of switch. So a little over half of the system's repairable. Which, percentage-wise, could be better or worse because I did a lot of these repairs before starting this marathon. But at this point, I really don't care. I just want to be done. I just want to be done with switches specifically, because it's not to say that I have something better to focus on, because I still have 57 switch lights, which is pretty much just the switch over and over again. So I can't get too excited, but changing up the pace a little bit is always nice. So we got charge, we got dock output, we need to see both the rails connecting, internet connection, touch. All right, we got one connected. All right, both of the Joy-Cons have connected. Cartridge slot works. We're gonna look at internet. Both speakers verified working. While update is happening, we're gonna complete reassembly of this system. Why are you not wedging in there? There we go. That fan's kicking up, but now that we got the heat sink connected, it should calm it down a little bit. Yep, I can already hear it smoothing out. All right. Next goal here is going to be connecting SD card slot. And then at that point, we can test the only other aspect that we haven't been able to test yet. Let that do the update. Plug this guy in over here. All right. Alright, now we can test SD card working. That's all the sound I need to hear. So this system has been completely fixed, updated, reset. While the reset is going through, I'm going to finish reassembling, and we'll add it to the stack of finished systems. Even though this is a V2, and I think the only V2 shells that I have are Animal Crossing. I only have one more Animal Crossing V2 shell, so. What is the one that I'm working on right now? It's another V2. Darn it, all these V2s. Well. All right. Give it the old back cover treatment. I'm going to use the last Animal Crossing. That's a really nice shell. All right. Needs to be cleaned up, but this is probably going to get conditioned anyways down to grade B or something, so this will just be a grade B Animal Crossing edition.